Oh shit.
Ah! Enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur? Or fashioned from the skins of your enemies? Or... well, never mind that. I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news. Our tower in Thavnir has been toppled, and I need not tell you by whom.
Hello, mate.
Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon the ether. If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes questionable.
Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome. Honestly, talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
No. All else is... equal. Equally tedious. Equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke. But then came the light, blinding and pure and hot, so very hot, enough to set my soul aflame. I basked in the afterglow until the void yawned once more, and then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before. Burn. Burn. Let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
How wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more. I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence. Nevertheless, you are mistaken. For I do find this part somewhat enjoyable. You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream. It was a fragmented thing, disjointed, all the faces incomplete. The setting, too, was unknown to me, so I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind. Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth. Much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream, too.
Okay, Giorno Giovanna. Relax there, buddy.
Yes. I think that is something we can both enjoy.
Nani? Someone just not loading in? Huh? Where are you? Target. There's cryo. A new weapon. Thank you for coming to our rescue, Rostra. Turns out he'd come to see us finally. When to find out we already departed for Thavnir. Knowing him, he was probably hoping to chew the cud with the Torma students. Joel, since we're still waiting for your Stola and the others, I thought it'd now be a perk time payment. Care to join me? And it's settled. The twins will be coming too, assuming Alphino can tear himself away from his new toys. I'll let you ride the troops and I go ahead to the phenomena. Consider my recent impropriety, perhaps, so you should avoid my face around the stadium at the time. It might be for the best. If you should return, tell him that we will not be long. Off we go. Oops. I don't want to target these people. Give me the aetherite. Oh, I already had this. Alright. Sorry, I was miles away. Though with the Aether and the 432nd year of the 6th astral era of phenomenon, we decree to complete the stadium officially opened as a place of learning. And with a long storied history, it is without question its world-leading authority on aetherology, the arcane, the occult, astromancy, and countless other fields, standing proud as Garlemald's most educational institute. He always did enjoy giving the grand tour to these students. Indeed, Bond has since kept track how many times he has recited the same foppish speech, such as his undying love for his old stamping ground. He is from top youngest to enter. He was in top form back then, youngest to enter the studium, graduated with highest honors in magical arts and aetherology, undisputed champion of the debating chamber. Hold on, you both joined the studium at the same age, yes? And from where I stand, you're on equally prodigious scholars. I see the safe at Alpha Node actually entered half a year before me, nor did I do well enough to graduate with honors, and I'm certainly not the student's most notorious master debater. In all respects, I've been in his shadow. Nothing else. He just remember that this is where the legend Alpha Node Levier began. We should expect everyone be aware of our recent escapades. Hopefully, we'll be somewhat more welcome here in the Last Stand. I know better than anyone the adoration the student body has for Alpha Node, and with a bit of luck, it might work to our advantage. Well, there's no time like the present. First things first. Let's look for Golark Thing. Other faculty tend to frequent their offices, but fortunately for us, he's fond of wandering wherever his whim takes him. But let's split up and ask the students if they've seen him. Incredible student. That was Alpha Node Levier, wasn't it? The Alpha Node Levier. He and his sister, and Master Baldician's granddaughter. This can only be one thing. An event of epoch-shattering proportions is fast approaching. Spread the word. Oh, sorry, you said you're looking for a scholar, I guess. Knowing him, he could be anywhere, but Miss Alia Poe, get the better idea. Are you lost? Wandering in off the street, perhaps? Wait, don't tell me. You're a trainee gleaner fresh off the guild ship. I'm right, aren't I? Oh, how silly me. Oh, an orientations order. Allow me to bid you warm workers as searchers meet. Let me start with the question. What's the most important thing you'll find in the studium? That's right. Books. And what's second most important? Well, that's simple. Everything else. That's why we here at the Searchers meet. Whenever students or tutors find themselves in need of equipment or materials, they come to us. If we don't have it in our stores, we send gleaners off to find it. Honestly, you wouldn't believe some of the requests we get. Eye of a pasta, this, ton of a gigatoad, that, enough to make your hair stand on end. Which is probably what some of our students are trying to accomplish. This is school magic after all. Our newest gleaner, you'll have your work cut out for it, but you'll find it quite rewarding. I've tracked down many miscellaneous knickknacks in my time, but I'm no gleaner. What you're telling me is you're not a gleaner? Yes, that's exactly what you said, isn't it? You're looking for the scholar? I'm afraid we don't have any of those in stock. But, oh, you mean him. He was here, but now he's not. I did not speak to him. I did speak to him shortly before you arrived, though. He said he was on his way to Maker's Meat. Go back the way you came, and you'll see on the opposite side of the entrance in the laboratory of sorts. Home to many rare and expensive curios, not to mention alarmingly frequent accidents. If you lose your way, just follow the blood-curdling screams. In the time it's taken me to tell you this, the scholars probably already left. Best of luck finding them. I feel like you'll need it. Yes, the scholar was here a short while ago. He offered me advice on my current research project. Though we spoke at length, I don't recall mentioning where he was planning to go next. When we parted ways, he went down the corridor, practice to the auditoriums.
Ah, I remember you.
I pray we have not caught you at an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words in the forum.
Well, I could hardly let that Inquisition go unchallenged. I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed. A slender majority, aye, but a majority nonetheless.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the Annex afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Galef and Louisoix in a less dour setting. But it seems I just missed you. I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves to the Forum. Why, it fair brought a tear to my own eye. You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Matoya's prize student. Luckily, I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice, don't hesitate to ask.
If I may, there is a rather more pressing matter we wish to discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill?
Nothing, I'm afraid. Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy. Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried. Our duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic. As such, those entrusted with this duty have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
How is that even possible?
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please, take a seat.
Ooh.
We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of etherology. The ether, which imbues us with life, can be categorized into 3 forms. 2 are of the incorporeal sort, the soul, and the memory. Can anyone tell me the third?
Corporeal ether?
Yes, very good. This is the form with which the layman is most familiar. Consumed by even the simplest of daily activities, and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us, this form of ether is in constant flux. In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked. Picture the soul as paper, and memories as words written upon it.
Welcome to Heidelin.
Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
It would blot out everything that was written.
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well. In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago. And what might that have been?
The 7th Umbral Calamity. The people of Eorzea vividly recall Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm. But no one could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
Indeed. To this day, we have yet to determine whether it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act. The enchantment which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle. And yes, it is a contravention of the Sharlayan prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation. Only when a new member is inducted and told of our great duty are they subjected to the process. A necessary evil. You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace?
I should hope not. But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
That's true.
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed. Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty. Barring that, we must wait until we return to the ethereal sea.
Yeah.
For there we will be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean. And our memories drift apart and dissolve, rather defeating the purpose, I suppose. But there are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
What happens after that?
We are reduced to pure ether, coalesce with that of others, and create souls anew. Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form. Both theories have their proponents. Personally, I consider each equally probable.
Interesting. Our memories.
Well, I think that's enough education for today. Now that I've given you some food for thought, or rather, an entire banquet.
We might be able to learn her.
I would remind you that although I'm unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still be of use to you. I'll arrange for you all to be given the run of Phenomenon. Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students of Baldessian, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend. Oh, and I suggest you speak with Ki Aliapo. She's well known among the artisans of Sharlayan, and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge. I wish you all the best in your pursuits,
Thank you.
wheresoever they may take you.
Thank you. No. You've been given to a run of phenomena. If you are game, play on a will put your artistry. Damn it, I forgot to use the teleport again. Oh, there we go. Time to go on the offensive. Oops. Okay. Point power, you can imagine how well that would go. I shall remain here and do my utmost and wood ruffling any feathers, as I would word from Master McCree and other allies. With luck, we'll soon have good news of our own to share. Sorry, I'm starting to get tired. The tide's about to turn. I can feel it. Tu limpsa lominsa. Let's go! I'm ready to go to the command room. Presently, right discussion be conducted. We locked in our war of attrition. Our forces struggle to contain the threat posed by the towers. It only matters how before we're overwhelmed. Victory can only be claimed through decisive action. We have taken the initiative to set the wheels in motion. It's reassuring to learn we are all in accord. May I ask what your plan entails? Hinges entirely on the winning scales and our ability to utilize the potential to force. During your time in Charlie, the allied nations have been engaged on separate fronts with no end in sight. To make matters worse, a surge of abductions of kobolds, Sahagin, Ixtal, and Anada have given rise to increasing number of primals as well. But your triumph in Radz-A-Han has given us hope once more. Time has come to us to free ourselves of this menace. It is you, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, who have shown us the way. The bulk of our forces continue to hold. Careful at bay, we will dispatch our finest to strike the enemy's heart, Garlemald. And a few brave will be in the Ilsbard contingent. Makes this project has been made in such a short span. The objectives are twofold. First is to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. Previously reported, countless Imperial soldiers and civilians have been tempered, robbed of their free will. They serve the Terrafor's every whim without question. They too are victims. It is theirs, and it's our duty to deliver them from their suffering, not for strategic or political gain, because it's the right thing to do. I do not ask that we set aside decades of conflict and conquest. There's simply that we simply choose to forgive and forget. I only ask it in choosing to remember we do not forsake our compassion and morality, for without that there is no reconciliation, only death without end. On that we can all agree. Our second objective is the colossal tower that the anchored and Radz-A observed in the capital. Though its purpose remains unclear, it is reason to believe smaller spires are merely a precursor of what's to come. Until the Tower of Zod is toppled, we failed to make headway. Though, the same could be said for the Terraform. There is certainly no rush to press further into our lands. I'd wager the Spire's primary purpose is to divide us and keep us occupied, while they work towards our annihilation. This would be substantiated by Ystola's analysis of the Tower's influence on ethereal currents. Based on her observations, inside the Tower of Zod, the tower siphons aether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form. However, they draw forth far more than is required for their task alone. The excess of aether remains unaccounted for, but we can be sure it's not being harnessed for our benefit. It would surprise me to see at least be redirected to a larger spire in the capital. If there's a logic in that, regardless, we have to uncover the truth. We'll bring the schemes crashing down along with the infernal towers. That's all well and good, but what do you have us do? I assume there's more handling over the scales being on the way. We want you to add your scales and join the Ilsbard contingent. Consider it an official request from both Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance. Do you accept? Perhaps you should be the one to answer that. For honor and for glory. Is it for the people of Garlemald? Couldn't put it better myself. Ystola, Thancred, and Urianger have already pledged their support, and they're on their way to meet the rest of the contingent. It's positive the same decision they did. Luckily, for all involved, their prediction was incorrect. Once you have delivered the warding skills to Alamigo, the contingent will begin its journey to Ilsabard. Radz-A-Han and Lord Emmerich are overseeing preparations, so I suggest you make yourselves known upon arrival. Pack warm clothes, furs, and the like. Without it, the cold will yield in before the Terrafoy so much draw steel. As for us, we'll keep the enemy busy while you're gone. They're not the only ones who can create a diversion. Now then, safe in the knowledge Eorzea will be left in, the better upon your return. We got Radz-A-Han at the Alami border. Ah, the Wanderers return. You've been busy bringing down a tower and producing the keys to destroying the rest of them. You should be proud wielding those scales of yours and what made this whole venture possible. Will you and Lord Emmerich be leading the contingent? Regrettably, no. Our role is to organize various delegations into a cohesive unit. Once we have seen you all off, it's back to our respective posts. We dare not neglect our duties for too long, lest our defensive efforts fall into disarray. And just between us, there's a fair amount of opposition and formation in Ilzabard contingent. There's a suggestion that we send out some of our finest troops behind enemy lines and render aid onto Garlemald and made them rather unpopular in certain quarters. Can't please them all. Sadly not, though. I do my best. Truth be told, I'd much rather be at your side charging into the fray. At last, my battles are my own fight, where words may serve me better than any blade. I hate to say it, but Lord Emmerich's struggles mirror my own. For the time being, the best we can do is the peace of mind knowing Eorzea is in safe hands. As you fight the good fight in Ilzabard, I and the other commanders will do what we can to convince the naysayers to our cause is just. Thank you, both of you. We meet again. Hello, Gaius. Word of your exploits traveled quickly from what I gathered. The protective talismans you obtained led to the formation of an expeditionary force. My contribution to this occasion is a minor one, and being the information I have shared from Maxima, for the sake of people of Garlemald, may peace be on your side. So you're not coming with us. Strange, I thought you would have a stake in this. I do. The Terrafoy lay waste to my homeland and enslaved my people. But every mote of my being cries for vengeance, I cannot be the one to deliver it. My presence alone will place the entire mission in jeopardy. I stand accused of murdering Emperor Varus and plunging Garlemald into chaos. Were I to travel the Ilzabar contingent, it would give my countrymen ample to cause our motives. Conversely, those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate the return of the former legatus and attempt to raise me to a position of leadership, further destabilizing the region and complicating the contingency. Whether I'm branded a villain or hailed as a hero, it will only hinder your efforts. We will deliver your people from harm, I promise. For what it's worth, you have my gratitude. You and your comrades have the strength and courage to deliver my countrymen. I am certain of it. I instead will assume the rule as your guide. Though I may have defected for political reasons, my love for Garlemald endures. I will not stop at nothing to protect her and her people. Well said. Might I ask you to escort our friends inside? You might even bump into an old acquaintance or two, and if I don't see you again ere you depart, may the Fury guide and protect you, all of you. Come on, can you swap quests real quick? Ooh, see the gift. The other members of the Ilzabar contingent are gathered in the Royal Palace. I shall inform them of your arrival, so please make way inside as soon as you are ready. The remaining members of the Scions. Your friends are most of the Ilzabar contingent await you within. Would you like to see me through? You see you through? Yes, please.
By the 12.
Oh.
Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without you.
Glad you could join us. I don't mind, but we went ahead and started without you.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. It is a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose. We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the Ilzabar contingent.
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades, yourselves included.
Lucia!
I have come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. And for the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end. We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that, if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company. Everyone! If I may have your attention. Might I ask you to speak first?
If I must. I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation, here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer. We shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald. To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort. Of course, with an experienced white mage such as yourself accompanying us as well, those requiring more involved treatment will be in safe hands. Raya O sends her regards, by the way.
Hey, remember, I'm away. I have an odd job.
Suppose I'd better say my piece.
Wait, I know you.
The name's Sicard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten. Any road, the Admiral asked Captain Hilfear to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me. Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughingstock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship. So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but a promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do. Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy. Of course, just like the Gridanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
Well, you're certainly raring to go. But then again, so are we. The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest. If Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow. That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Tarapin and I will be leading from the front.
It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield.
From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya, the Avatar of Destruction. With comrades like these, I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us. And then we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest. But until then, let's give it our all.
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies. The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead. Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabard contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require. The four high houses, House Hylinart foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission. Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature, together with the smiths of Limpsa Lomitsa. There is another awaiting introduction.
Oh no! What's he doing here?
Lord Emanolain!
Ah, yes. Emanolain de Forton, at your service. Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that. But, should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light.
Sorry, Gentleman of Light has already been taken. I dare say your fancy footwork may be the sense between us and Doom.
Huzzah! I cannot wait to regale Honorat with my tales of derring-do.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea. Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
Would that be the Shinobi of Doma?
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various Eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
Out of my way, you preening fool!
Forgive us for coming late. We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
Cyrena, and you've brought company.
For battle and blood we come, as the steppe is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach. But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked. No quarter to the enemy!
Sadu Hatun, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Warriors of the Steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
Members of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
And the Bosnian resistance. Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities. Which is fortuitous, since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamigo. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald. And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused. Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy. But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth. They're just people. No different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all. Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Cid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders. Maxima, who stands with us today, tried to reform Garlemald from within and make peace with Doma. So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good. It won't be easy, but we're all determined to make this world a better place.
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy. To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range. Fortunately, Garlemald Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telopheroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers. From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities. The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us. So it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed. Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
Got everybody. Besides the delegates assembled here, the Amaja and several other tribes tried to offer to send troops of their own. Unfortunately, due to their physiology, many would struggle to simply just survive the harsh climate of Ilsabard. They would have proved tempting targets for abduction by the Terrafoi. All things considered, their better aid in bolstering our defenses in Eorzea, although their eagerness to do more has been noted. We few shall suffice. Ere we bark, we distribute the warding scales to our comrades. Care to do the honors? Yes. So these are the famed warding scales. Enough for me and my men, I see. Myself, I'm especially grateful for these opportunities to visit distant lands. I wish to follow in the footsteps of Master Atoa and learn of all the things of the star we call home. Indeed, this is the primary reason I volunteered to join the expedition. To journey outside the Trails would much less enter Imperial territory is a rare privilege afforded Pejal. I'm not tagging along to see the sights. The Guardian would benefit from my healing magics, as would our comrades should fighting break out. I hear you got some for us. The scales everyone's been talking about. Pretty little things, ain't they? Reckon they'll be worth a gill or two when this is all over, but we'll hold on to them for now. And one more thing. I know what you're thinking. Why'd they send Enelzar instead? Bugger if I know. All the Admiral and Captain Hailfrail told me was they needed someone to help safeguard the future. And here I am. Can't say they have a sense of humor. Of course, some of you might be wondering what a good pirate is on dry land. In the middle of the sun and snow of all places. Well, me and my crew will do whatever needs doing. So set sail or however the sailing goes for airships. Put up the warding scales I spy. Not that I know what they look like. Wow, look at these. Even the layman can tell that these are bursting with aether. All the better to fend off the tempering waves. Is that the right term? Anyway, these will give us one less thing to worry about, which this leaves the other mountain of whatever else is waiting for us in Garlemald. Only one way to find out, eh? And nervous or not, I'd march through all 7 hells if it gave me the chance to put Xenos back into the grave where he belongs. Warning scales of the Ishgardian delegation, I take it. Many thanks. These housings may prove the deciding factor in the battles to come. I find myself conflicted, but this foray into Garlemald, sent by the Empire to infiltrate Ishgard, only to infiltrate, throw my lot with whose secrets I was supposed to be stealing. And now I lead the mission to save the countrymen I betrayed. But it's doubtless that I was chosen by Lord Emmerich, and he would put my extensive knowledge and former ties to good use. I will not disappoint him. For the future of Ishgard, Garlemald, and the world at large, I will lead us to victory. I heard it would be cold in Garlemald, so we came prepared. Oh, the talismans. We're to keep these close at all times, yes? I'll see that no one misplace theirs. Oh, and before I forget, I have a message from Hien. In the distant lands, in times of strife, stand together fight. In darkness shines, in the light of life. I hope I have done his words justice. Doma, like much of Orthard, has been plagued by the towers. Yet, while he could not be here, he wishes to express his shared conviction. Hien and Yugiri, without rest, to unite the people, their aid will keep the enemy at bay. And then the Steppe and Eastern Alliance will repay their efforts by ending the war. What am I missing? Oh, Maxima. Oops. Thank you for this, and for going to such incredible lengths for the sake of my people. Though I have little offering in return, I would impart some advice, if I may. You have been told to wear the Cold Ilsward, and I cannot stress enough, this is no token warning. I will be distributing specially made warming tinctures, courtesy of the Alchemists Guild, but understand that there is no substitute for proper protection. I leave the provisioning and said protection at your discretion. Now, let us proceed with the Almaking Quarter. While you make final preparations, I'll have the pilots ready the airships. At last chance to make ready is set forth. We needn't worry about Urianger and I. We still have what we wore in Garlemald before. Gideon claims to be plate warm and toasty. Most of the others are borrowing Grand Company stock. The rest I could do likewise. I suppose, provided you're not overly concerned with style. Not too fine a point at it, but I would be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats. If only I had time to find something more to my liking. Hark! Is that the cry of a Cylon and Taylor I hear? But how? I have my ways. Oh yes, indeed. I thought you could sneak off with Ilzabar without telling me? Nothing escapes my notice. Now, you will wear these garments I made for you whether you like it or not. You never cease to amaze. Now, why do you need a new outfit as well? Wait, are you coming with us? What? No, of course not, silly. It was the name of the fashion, rather. I pursued the highest quality fashions. Besides, how can I expect others to wear the creations I've never worn myself? I did have one other thing to share. Artemis and Boema have finally returned from their assignments in the faraway land. They'll be staying at the Radz-Stones for a while to keep an eye out on the events in Eorzea. Since they'll be running back into headquarters, I was wondering if I could lend a hand in Charlayan. Oh, why not? You can keep cryo-keeping at the Baldessian Annex. Yeah, we would love to have you there. I heard Emily and Boema did a fine job carrying on in our stead while we were lying comatose. But them in charge of the Radz-Stones, with them in charge of the Radz-Stones, we got nothing to worry about. My thoughts exactly. Also, I'm confident you won't go collapsing again. But someone who shall remain nameless isn't in a position to transport your souls to another world. If anyone is similarly disastrous were to happen, I'll be well positioned to do something about it. Anyway, I have a few things to take care of, and then I'll make my way to Charlayan. I really do hope these new clothes keep you warm in Garlemald. It's not much, but it's the only thing I can do for you, other than pray for your safe return, which I will, every day. Let's not keep everyone waiting. Here's your winter woolies, handcrafted by yours truly. This looks pretty warm. I'm told the airship pilot has been sent to meet you. Ah, here he is. Alright, this is where we go our separate ways. Do be careful now, will you? It's an honor to finally meet you. We at Garlemald the Ironworks will be ferrying you and your contingent across the mountains into Garlemald. Many of us will be something of homecoming. Our illustrious, the founder, only found the most notable Imperial defector. For that reason, the company is committed to the success of this expedition. Our resources are at your disposal, and if there ought we might be further assistance, please don't hesitate to ask. If you're ready to depart, I will ready the engines. Upon boarding the airship, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. In addition, you'll be required to participate in battle. Your progress will be saved at certain points. In the event you are defeated, you'll be able to try again for the most recent of these. Please note that if you enter battles associated with another quest or log out, the progress is lost. Let's go, the Garlemald! Oh boy.
Ilsabard, divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly?
Wow.
On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius, the winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party. They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they're led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number. However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus' death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald. The very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment? Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into 2 groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies. As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most. I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
Makes sense. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Supply Depot.
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Y'shtola always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks. All right, once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand. The blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
Commencing battle. In the coming battle, you'll play as tank. Assuming there's nothing else you wish to confirm, we may commence the mission as soon as you are ready. Here, real quick. Gotcha. Time to go activate Metal Gear.
Keep your wits about you.
It's time. We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count.
The turn. Just playing it safe. Oh, that would have not been the move. I gotta wait for him to go back over there because of that magic tech slasher.
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control terminal. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point. Damn, spotted.
So much for my perfect run.
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
A few moments later, at the rear of Ildibard's contingent in supply caravan.
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now, if they haven't already. Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be all right, but... Wait! Something's coming!
Oi, oi! Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
Fighters! Protect the others!
A brief respite, but stay alert. Keep the carriages safe.
What impeccable timing! Fear not, friends! The savior of Ishgard is here!
Display, but the other carriages are still in danger. Go on ahead. We'll hold the line.
We're the only ones still struggling. Oh, we put our backs into it! I've been itching for a good scrap. right back there? We're fine. I'm ready for more. Hear that? Get to the front and turn the tide.
Meanwhile, on the front line.
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
It's nothing that won't heal in time. The trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
Sure.
That I did.
Oh boy.
That's Vigilia. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
There's no end to them!
I was wondering when you'd turn up. There's no stopping us now. Come on, let's show them what we're made of.
We have them now! Forward!
Eat my shotgun! Oh.
Right! Let them have it!
That's a raging bull!
Damn, Pippin.
Do not fall behind!
tremble before the sun!
They really built them different in the Azim Steppe, I gotta say.
A worthy adversary! Rest, recover, reclaim yourself. Then we will fight again, to the death!
Radz-A-Han!
Aww.
That was the last of them. The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan? Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades. And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
Oh boy.
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain. "800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here. Bested by the Kavosi after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth, freezing, hungry, desperate, hated.
Ooh.
The chosen forsaken. In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution. How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum? Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks? Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed. Bitterly so.
Welcome to Garlemald, guys.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
A buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
We can consider the question after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone!
That's a tune. Word, what's this called? Camp Broken Glass. Despite the obstacles we faced, it's plain to proceed apace, just a little farther and we'll reach the capital itself. Still, we must get ahead of ourselves. As soon as camp has been made fit for purpose, we discuss the course of action with Lucia. You mind asking your stolen girl how to join us in the building to the northeast of camp? Alice and I will meet you there. You'll be pleased to know that the most tempered have been quartered inside the nearby buildings as I receive as speak. I do, however, feel no small amount of guilt for commandeering civilian homes. The occupants may be long gone, but exactly how they left it. Considering the length of time that has clearly passed since one was expected to find them ransacked, strangely, no signs of anything stolen. It's possible everyone fled at the first sign of trouble, though it seems to me that they left far too many useful possessions behind. There'd be no conclusive evidence. I strongly suspect they were tempered. Sorry, I may think it out loud. You mentioned a meeting? I will take my way there. Thank you for informing voters of our meeting. No one is here, we'll begin.
Our present situation is as follows.
Give me the rundown.
Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city. For therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Talofaroy's designs.
I have a suggestion, if I may. Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers and their ministrations. Of course, I will require a proxy of my own, assuming you can spare one.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
This talk of curing the tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with ceruleum heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is, the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Understood. The machinist will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Talofaroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmatian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
'Twould be my honor to be of service, though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
That leaves us with guard duty.
As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino. Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rhine. I would have you search the area for survivors. Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields.
True. If there's any survivors, we'll surely find them.
I have faith that you will, and look forward to greeting you on your safe return. You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
Right. Gods be good. If it's this cold with Chataru's clothing, I dread how we fare without it. I must remember to thank her next time we meet. It makes me realize, too, that the people of Garlemald have spent their whole lives in conditions like this. Even they'd be hard-pressed to survive away from the warmth of their home. If there's any survivors, we must find them, quickly. What ho, chums? Been given us stuff to do, have you? As it happens, I too have been ordered to make myself useful. Sounds like a tall order. Since you ask, we're scouring Elben Rhine for survivors. What? One of the ice shields? On the off chance you'll find someone? It'll take forever to finish that job without the benefit of my expertise, or rather, my telescope. Come, friends. I know just the spot where we can begin our search. We'll probably regret this, but we may as well humor him. I spy with my little telescope a massive ape thing? Maybe it's a cow. No, not what we're after either, by the way. Is that an ether current? No, just a right. Other than that, it's all just snow. You're mistaken, that's a girl. Survivor? Over there, behind that tree. She's running away from something. Surely not us. We wouldn't even know we're here unless she had a telescope like mine. All I can tell is she's in a pale green dress, or rather fetchy one at that. She'll be long gone by the time we get near her. We should be able to follow her footprints. I'll let Lucia know where you're heading. Oh, and take these warming tinctures with you. Poor girl must be chilled to the bone, if not on the verge of freezing to death. Yeet! The fresh trail leads east. The girl in the green dress anxiously surveys her surroundings. Were you to call out to her at this distance, she might attract wild beasts to your location. Be safe to get closer, but you must do so without drawing her attention. Follow the girl from a distance. The objective will end in failure if you're noticed. Make sure you use cover such as rocks to approach her without being seen. Similarly, the objective will end in failure if you fall too far behind. Should you fail to complete the objective, you may try again when we return to the designated location. Icky. I'm Alpha Note. This is my sister, Alize. We're good friends, we call. We have no intention of hurting you or taking anything from you or anyone else. I give you my word. We and our comrades have provided aid to the people of Garlemald. Aid? You savages are the ones responsible for all this. You did this to us. We didn't, I promise you that. One of the other reasons we came here to find out is what happened here, in fact. The Thavnair are the ones to blame. They're the ones who laid waste to Garlemald. They won't stop until they destroy the entire world. They're the enemy. Our enemy. On our way, we encountered Imperial soldiers who had been made through their thralls. Their poor souls are now in our care, and we're striving to cure them of their affliction. You're the first person we met who hasn't already enslaved. How are you able to keep the Thavnair's influence, unlike the others? I'm sorry, I don't mean to overwhelm you. Let's start with introductions. Can you tell me your name? My name's Lucina. I am... And I'm so how managed to stay sane. I've been asking myself the same question ever since that night. The roar, that terrible roar, and then the screams. I was screaming too, I think. I'm not sure. I can't remember. It came, the silence. Everything stood still. It was like I was waking up from a nightmare. I thought maybe the fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. If your hells are real, I saw one that day. I ran past friends, people I knew all my life, eyes vacant, dead, staring in the sky. Others went mad and violent. I saw them struggle with soldiers, but didn't stay to watch. I fled as far as my legs would take me. You have family here? Is this their home? No, this is Victor's Spoil, a mansion for retired soldiers, or so it was. Now me and a few others stay here. As for the explosives, I was making that up. I just wanted to keep everyone safe. I didn't know who you were. The truth is, our supplies are running low, and you said you're here to help. Can you? Of course, whatever assistance we can provide, we will. Thank you. I better tell the others first, though. Wait here. This is everyone. Vincenus is you to be trusted, but these are desperate times. We'd be fools to let foreign troops into our home. Having said that, word to you provide us the means of heating the place. As a sign of goodwill, perhaps we will take you at your word. If that's too much to ask, then leave us be. Time to put my firewood gathering skills to the use. DP spark with a little magic, I'll say. We'll have a fire burning in no time. May we build it under the gazebo? The what? Oh, you mean the bower. Yes. Do what you will. Acting weird. Let's check to see how my friends are doing. Damn. Fuck. You see, there's the inner turmoil is writ plain on her face. Sorry, I was finding it hard to come to terms with all that happened. Now that you're here, though, I hope things might change for the better. You know, I worked up quite a sweat from all that ran about, so I leave some space around the fire to the others. As you could tell, they're far worse state than me. They were plain looking for somewhere warmer or with more food, but they're not going anywhere until we nurse them back to health. Which I don't know how to do. Is there anything you can do to help me? I can treat your frostbite in the ruins, but it'll take time for the fire to do its work. Now, it'll be a good occasion to make use of MLOX and tinctures. The ones that can warm the body inside out. I'm sure everyone gets one. Magic tech that sustained us has come to a grinding halt. But Machina remains operational, cannot run due to the lack of ceruleum, or of course. The Relay engine are full of stuff, but what's good it does us. No one here knows the first thing about extraction or refinement. Oh, what sweet liberation is this? Is it poison by chance? Twas a joke. A joke. Ha 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 ha. If I laugh, I may not weep. So said the poet. At last my tears would freeze on my cheek ere they fall. We are the blessed damned. We bear witness to the fall of the great empire while brethren to lie die, or live on as puppets of flesh. First came the war, then came the roar. When the morning came, Garlemald war. The cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and scream was our beloved capital razed to the ground. From the rubble rose disheveled remnants, their lavish finery caked in ash as they shuffled mindlessly towards the palace. Each bearing a fragment of stone of metal, an offering perhaps to the architect of our destruction. Our hopeful few tried to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten with their kindness. But I knew there was the plea to the horde. I fled with my health, if not my conscience preserved. Now I wait for my fellow cowards to our final judgment. You. What do you want? Sure. I may drink it, I suppose. It's a radio. You don't have them where you come from, I take it. You use them to listen to messages sent by others, even over great distances. They're a different type, but this model is far more the most popular. Made with quality components crafted from the finest ores sourced from Locus. It is not all that useful since the capital fell into ruin. People at the broadcast station must have either fled or ended up like all the others, because we've been hearing the same music being played over and over again. Home beyond the horizon, the ode to the brave men and women sent to reclaim the ancestral homeland of Locus. We may have founded the Empire in these frozen wastes, but we always hope to take back what was once ours. 'Tis the solemn reminder of we suffer great hardships. Better days will surely come. Despite everything, I believe Emperor Varus yet lives, and he speaks to us through radios. It was a cunning strategy in faking his murder. He must have foreseen this catastrophe and chosen to conceal himself so that one day he may make his triumphant return. Yep. Yes, I was sure of it. Emperor Varus would not be so defeated easily. Can't broke glass, you call it, and Virgilia and her men are all there now. How did you reach the Magna Glacies? Did you cross the mountains by foot? We took a plane, then we did it by foot. Airships, and that might be way too. You know, where is everyone? Is something the matter? A voice from inside, you say? You must be imagining things. Everyone's out here. Perhaps a baby Almasty has found its way into the house. That wouldn't be the first time. Without the soldiers to scare him off, wild animals have been roaming closer to the settlements. Some have been known to attack people, too. I got just the idea. If you and yours are strong enough to defeat the Legatus, then surely if you both beasts don't prove a threat. If you are mind to continue helping us, perhaps you could head to the other side of the lake. There's a small group of tappers living there. People whose job is to extract selenium. They still do, what I hear. I've already tried asking if they want to share their fuel with us, but they're not willing to give it away. They want food in exchange. Lots of food, and that's something we just can't get on our own. It's getting hard to read because I'm getting tired. On top of that, it even reached their den. We'd make it all the way past those creatures. Oh, you'll be willing to go in our place? We only need enough ceruleum to last until the others hold out, travel to your camp. If the offer still stands, that is. Oh, I don't expect you to give up your own supplies, but there might be a way to pay the tappers. You best watch out for the baby Almasties while you're away. Yes, of course. Also, if I see any, I'll be sure to shoo them away. To reach Tapper's Den, you must cross the lake. The ice is thick enough to support a person's weight, but you should rather not risk it. You need to take the long way around. Finding the entrance is a bit tricky too, so it's easy to look at someone standing guard outside. However, if you decide to head there, please be careful. Next time we get back to camp, I think I'm going to end it for the night. I've been playing this game for so long today. I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready. Who goes there? How'd you find us? What do you mean I stand out like a sore thumb? Pure bloods over the victor's spoils haven't given our location. You never would have found us. Stuck up arseholes. Though thought they could come waltzing in here demanding cerulean with nothing in return. Looks like boots on the other foot, and now the capital's gone to shite. And so they resorted to sending you to negotiate? I know your name, Sellsword, but if you think you're gonna give in to intimidation, they got another thing coming. Please stop, consider me intimidated. There you are. Just after you left, the same asked me to go catch up with you in case you needed a hand. No one must have let it slip that I have a little experience in transporting barrels of cerulean. So this is the Tapper's Den. Who are you? What happened to the guards? Eorzin and rebels here to save the people of Garlemald? Oh, that doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why the hell would you pass up the chance of put those imperial bastards to the sword? Let me guess, none of you of Garlean. You were brought here from other lands. Yalbania, Yanksha, Baja, and Damaska, to name a few. Some dragged here against their will, others fed bollocks to about another life, and all put to work extracting cerulean. Given the esteemed title of Ang, placing us firmly in the bottom rung of the ladder. But The old hierarchy means nothing in the new Garlemald, says we. About the only thing that escaped more or less unscathed is Cerulite Ingens, still sustaining us even though our paymasters are out of the picture. Here the expert is drawing up Cerulean from the bottom of the lake, but can you do that if it's frozen over? Huh. I mean, you'd like to know. Trade secret, I'm afraid. At any rate, if it's not... If Serum isn't much these days with the city in ruins, we take it enough power our heaters and save the surplus for later. Then it helps stave off the code and thawed all our hunger unless we trade it away. Speaking of which, be sure to tell your contingent we got Cerulean by the barrelful if they're interested in exchange for whatever provisions they're willing to spare. We can certainly ask, but if you're all free to go now, why carry on living here? Free to go? Go where? Even if we manage to get back to our homelands, there'd be nothing left for us thanks to the Empire. The knowledge and skills we acquired working here would be practically useless outside of Garlemald. So, we're staying for the time being. Long as there's need for Cerulean, they'll find a way to get by, even if Garlemald, as we know, is gone for good. Gone for good. Regardless of what Elsgard considers people of Garlemald, the Empire itself is already a thing of the past. For many, it's just the cause of celebration, while others, their whole way of life has been turned upside down. After all the atrocities committed in the Empire's name, perhaps it's for the best they consigned to history. But ordinary people, their lives, their stories, should they be forgotten too? Let's please have plenty of time to ponder that later. For now, let's see about getting some Cerulean. So you come to get Cerulean, have ya? What? Those people up to spoil saying you? Return to their enemies for help, but they're more desperate than I thought. Then again, Lucina's got her little sister to think about it. Sister? We only saw Lucina and 3 men. It's possible she died from whatever was ailing her. If she needed treatment, I doubt there would be any way to get it around here. I may have refused Lucina first, but thinking she'd come back with something to exchange, but I could spare a bottle's worth of Cerulean. Consider the reward for introducing me to the rest of your contingent. But send them on your way, have you? Let's hurry back. This is too quiet. I would have thought Alphinaud would still be treating them by a fire, but now they're nowhere to be seen. I'll look inside the house, you search outside. They can't have gotten too far. Alphinaud. Oh. They asked me help me carry supplies, but when I followed them back here, they attacked me. Caught me off guard, forced me to defend myself. I fear they fared rather worse than me. Can't fool us, we know. We know what you're about. Vultures, that's what you are, waiting there for the wind. It's to show weakness, and then you swoop. Here to help, what rot? All a ploy to make us lower our guard. Let you win, put ourselves at your mercy, put us in chains, steal our land, get your revenge. You're wrong. I did that. That's not what any of us want. Did your arguments earlier. We got a bigger problem. Found empty medicine bottles and a bed that was still warm. True, this one was hiding her sick sister in the house. But now there's no sign of either of them. Where are they? Where did they go? Away with you and yours. People think I'll tell you. You're a fool. I never give up my people. And we're trying to help them, you idiot. Her sister's ill. The bottle empty proves it. So the medicine ran out, so she put it in her pockets to make it easier to carry. Or avoid the sound of clinking glass. There's beasts everywhere. How could you let them go alone? Protect them from you. You invade our homeland, tainted with the same source you used to slay our countrymen. A Garlean should sooner die than suffer the insult. Better to them to flee, keep their purity intact, and be corrupted by your vile magics. We were waiting for a chance to free them since the moment you arrived. This is getting us nowhere. I cannot say how Lisa and her sister will react when we find them, but find them we must. Go on without me, both of you. I need to tend to my injuries, and theirs. I will join you after. Who gets to find them? The only path out of here, so that's where we'll start. I'm like, what's that noise? Two sets of fresh footprints. It's definitely them. Come on. The trail stops at the frozen lake. Perhaps they chose to spread to not leave footprints. Can't think of any other reason. Look at this place. It's crawling with beasts. It's the only one I can imagine for her alien sister across the ice. We could really do Alpha Noto, but we can't afford to wait for him. Let's put up and look for clues. The two bodies are already cold.
Blood trail. We found one. They were attacked. No. Why wouldn't they?
Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic. We should have... I should have... We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
What if we're only making it worse?
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold.
Damn.
I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it, but Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all. I want to understand. So I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right. You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders. But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. That we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
Damn. A way forward. Okay. This is taking us back to camp. I think this is where I'm gonna call it for the night. I might just need to relax and watch some like JoJo. Make sure I get... Okay, yeah, I got the copy. I am in Sanctuary. Alright. Any of my buddies stream? Yep. buddies? No, but we'll raid Drac. Okay. Flash raid. Alright guys, so thank you guys so much for watching. I deeply appreciate it. Check for these VODs on YouTube if you ever want to come back. Seems like he's just about where I'm leaving off. So take care guys. Have a good one. Alright. Make sure my controllers can... Oh, do I really have to sit weirdly again? Alright. So let's continue. Now, my question is, why are you capped at 30? Oh, well. Alisaie and Alphinaud told me when they were finished their preliminary search for survivors, but refrained from saying much more than that. Clearly, they are reluctant to provide details. Might I ask for your account? And we talked about our account and how we found people. They seemed nice at first, but then two ran into the... Oh. Yep. And then they ended up dying in the field.
Thank you for your report. We shall inform the troops of these developments, and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
All right.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Populares, Maxima identified. They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald. The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's 3rd Legion clashed with the 1st, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad. Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
It brings to mind events of the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Xenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the 3rd Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvis is murdered. And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response, the First Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory, and that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
Huh?
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the Third Legion's coffers, but the First as well.
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the First Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
Yikes.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor. From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers. But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varys giving them orders in their dreams. May the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
This sounds awfully familiar.
We have something to show you all.
Varys spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
We are of one mind, then.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence. A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
My friends, I must speak with you.
What's wrong, Serena?
A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
Probably the best we're gonna get.
I think we do.
Who do we have here?
Garleans? Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
It's just amazing that they don't know.
I am Lucia Junius, a Temple Knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Iulus Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe. Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours. If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face, how their futures and lives hang in the balance.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
What would your mother said if I let you guys go alone?
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
Personally, I would like to bring Maximus, but...
A couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
Right. And yes, I am aware I have mail. The next time I see a Moogle, I will acquire it. You will be received as invited guests, and so I urge you to observe proper social etiquette and conduct yourselves accordingly. Your safe return takes precedence above all else, remember this. Thancred, in particular, will be worried sick if you're gone too long. May I, the Fury, watch over and keep you. Alright, Julius. Are you and the children ready? I will explain the route once we're outside your camp. If anyone attempts to follow us, we will judge it as an act of hostility. We will not hesitate to take appropriate measures. I would expect nothing less. You have our full cooperation. We're going that way. Let's go. Alright, this is far enough. Listen carefully. We head over that hill and then follow the road till we reach Lemural Station 4. Children, in the lead. I want you where I can see you. We do have names. You know, I'm Alize and he's Alphanode. Alphanode. The last and not least, there's Eclipse. Eclipse? Where have I heard that before? No matter, Alpha Node and Alize will watch the road ahead while we bring up the rear. I wasn't lying if I said there was many dangers, so if you're to run, not saunter, run towards the station. If you even think there's going for your weapon, the deal's off. Should any creatures bar the way, we will go around them. Once you choose to depart, Julius will accompany you. Alpha Node will then begin moving towards the destination. Make your way to the Limzo Station 4 without falling behind. If you leave Julius behind for any reason or lose sight of Alpha Node and Alize, you may try again by returning to the starting point. Ready to make a dash for the station? Yes. For that hill, right? Alright, let's go. That's a bear. Keep running. Keep running. We follow this, we should reach the station. Not the easiest surface to run on. We better not draw attention. As we say that, that's the station, I presume. Alright, let me just quickly edit sound levels. There we go. Oop, 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 oop. There we go. Fix, saved. Alright, Julius. That's it. First stop, that is. Good. It looks like your friends know better than to follow us. Are these your headquarters? No. We're just stopping here so I can check for pursuers. Since you appear you've kept your side of the bargain, we can carry on. North of the station is Regio Doramum, one of the main residential areas, or at least it was. The afflicted roam the streets in packs. They'll tear us to shreds if given the chance. Keep close, no wandering off. Understood? From here, we'll be heading northeast. Keep in left of the railway. While the route itself is straightforward, getting past hordes unseen is anything but. Keep your weapons at the ready. They would attack their own countrymen. Aye, they spare their own, but slaughter the rest without hesitation. Although we'll try to avoid detection, the chances of sneaking by them are completely unnoticed or slim at best. I will lead the way, but in the event we are seen, we will to fight them off. Those two will follow us, provided they can refrain from drawing their weapons. I doubt that they'll be foolish enough to stab their guide in the back. I will not take that chance. With that said, let us proceed. Eat my shotgun. K Kona American. I see why your comrades chose you. Julius, our contingent has a cure for the afflicted, or tempered, as we call them. Your people will need to be taken into custody, and we may administer the treatment. They would then eventually regain their sanity. Is that so? For all I know, your treatment is simply a force to forsake one's master for another. As far as I and my legion are concerned, they are no longer our people. They're beyond saving. Those who thought differently tried to reason with them were butchered for their bleeding hearts. Come, we must keep moving. The Emperor. Looks like we're not being followed. We will continue onward. I hear someone mining behind me. I mean what I said, these people only deserve death. I stayed my hand before, only out of desire to remain undiscovered, and yet that is still the higher priority. We should continue to avoid unnecessary confrontations. Keep following the railway. There we go. Look at what they've become. You would stand there and claim that can be cured? Those exposed to vast quantity of primal aether may suffer severe corruption. Even with treatment, such victims are beyond salvation. Then you admit it. Now that you've seen the monstrosities for yourself, perhaps you'll think twice before speaking of a cure. Why is there an aether? No, shit, that has to be down below. We're almost there. You have kept your side of the agreement, so I'll keep mine. This way. We're so close to gain 83. This is Terium, one of Garlemald's largest stations, and now serves as our headquarters. I've already sent the twins ahead. I will be with you soon, so wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. Something's about this is fishy. Oh, so this is that way down to the 8th day. Theodora. Oh, wait, what? He clearly has no intention of speaking with you. It's plain to see why they chose this as their base of operations. They could have done law a lot worse. Even so, I can't imagine it's the easiest place to live. Indeed, and if Julius is willing to make the perilous journey to Camp Broken Glass in search of food, their all supplies must be all but exhausted. They may be shielded from the wind and snow, but it's still bitterly cold. Much like Victor Spoils, it must be a constant struggle to keep the people warm. Lower your voices. While you may be here as my guests, others will not take kindly to your presence. My commander is in the locomotive over there.
These are their chosen representatives.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir. I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Vankina, Legatus of the First Legion.
Legatus of the First?
The First? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our Emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable. Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps. 'Twas only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned. Conquest and Empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varys understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would. But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat. But after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference, to make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that. What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, and all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost. All because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together to face our problems as one?
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald? Is it because we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage? That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not? Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils. That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope. It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter. You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you if you cooperate.
We will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition. Collar them.
What are these?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock.
Yikes. Better than an explosive collar.
Stop. Keep away from that one.
Huh?
The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed.
So he's aware of us.
Even if he allowed himself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If he refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
That's kind of messed up.
You needn't worry about us.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for?
Salvation of the stone. Because even the most bitter adversary may one day see on the coldest, blackest nights, meager though it may be, we must share warmth of our fire.
You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be. You will be their warden. Take them away.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Hey. Nice. Do y'all have like a mail Moogle here? Does not look like it. Damn. Hi, Julius. As per Lord Quintus' instruction, I supervise you during your time here in Turium. Before you ask, no, I do not have the key or any other means to remove your colors, nor would I tell you if I did. If you are to try anything, you'll soon wish you had it. So, do you truly intend to speak with the others, or was that merely a ruse? We're in no hurry to disobey Lord Quintus, if that's what you mean. Or perhaps you doubt the wisdom of his decision. Do as you will, but remember, I will be watching. If I catch wind of you doing anything untoward, trying to trick our people into turning coats like that, those shock collars will be the least of your worries. Understood? Though we're somewhat compromised, to put it lightly, let us not waste this opportunity as just splitting up and learning what we can about the situation, and above all else, don't use magics of any sorts. You, on the other hand, you may go wherever you wish, even outside of the camp. I know full well I couldn't stop you if I tried, but do not forget, if you do anything to endanger us or our interests, Alphanode and Alize will pay the price. Okay, so you came with Julius, didn't you? Well, whatever business you brought here, you best keep your hands off the Aetherite. It's deactivated, but I'd rather you didn't mess with it. There are others throughout the city, built by Garleans for Garleans. But teleport all over in the blink of an eye, provided was use of the terminal nearby. These days, however, we use the Aetherite's power to keep this place lit, though it comes at the cost of its normal function. So, cold. This young soldier's on the verge of losing consciousness. I know who you are, the so-called champion of Eorzea. Come to gloat, have you? I'll wipe that smirk off your face. By the blood of our fallen compatriots, I swear I'll... Ugh. Damn, toward the sutures. Of all the times, the worst of the lot within striking distance, and I can't even muster the strength. If it weren't for the third bleeding us, we'd end you. Regardless, treachery nearly cost Lord Quintus his life, but we made our escape, took shelter in the mansion, tended to the wounded, and we prepared to strike back. And then, night fell, we gathered around the radio, then the roar, the terrible roar. The capital was in chaos, but we were spared. If you can call this a mercy, mind intact but body broken, the soldier in name alone. I'd cut you down where you stand if I could. Murderer. Hello? Thanks. Hello? Sorry. Tell me, what does it hurt? Can I talk to anyone back in here? Oh. Octavia. It's you, Eclipse Morningstar. I served under Lord Gaius in the 14th Legion. I was there on the night the Praetorium fell. You and your adventurers, you killed them. My comrades, my friends, swept them aside in their dozens as if they were nothing to you. Maybe I am too, another faceless enemy to cut down, but it won't be long until our countrymen return, until you get what you deserve. Mark my words. Same model as the one used at Victor's spoils. Perhaps it's what saved the soldiers here from being tempered. Alpha Note. Did you learn anything of note? I tell Alpha Note about everything I found. Then your findings are consistent with my own. Their plight is desperate indeed. The sick and injured are at the greatest risk. Without warmth and proper nutrition, I fear they may soon perish. I realize there is precious little we can do for them at the present, but I cannot bear to see them suffer. Please, will you help me tend to them? Flavius. Oh, hello. A waifu is in your midst. Let's help Flavius, though. Huh? Who's there? My eyes, I can't see all that well. Thank you. The numbness has subsided a little. But I know I won't last much longer. You look after those who can still fight. Give them my ration. If going hungry means someone else's day lives and see another day, so be it. At least I can serve that way. They took my eyes. You met those... Wait. So those you met fare no better? I was afraid you'd see that. I know we've been warned against meddling in their affairs, but I can't leave them like this. Perhaps we gain permission to have a contingent deliver supplies. Quintus may have made his feelings on the matter quite clear, but even he must recognize that they're not in a position to refuse help. Maybe Julius could persuade him. Though, we need to persuade Julius first. Well, seen enough. Julius, the people We barely have enough food and fuel to survive. Have you and the other soldiers been able to procure any more supplies? We've been scrounging provision from nearby houses, as most families kept some stored away in the events they were snowed in. Still, going out and getting it is dangerous work. We have a lot of mouths to feed. Fuel is a greater concern, though. We have ceruleum set aside until it was stolen. We haven't identified the culprit. Could have been the other refugees, or one of the afflicted, for all we know. Either way, we're down to our last dregs. Without that heating they need, the poor health are going to get way worse instead of better. If it's ceruleum need, our contingent has secured a ready supply. We'll have them send it over. We will not accept your charity. If we can hold on a little longer, the situation is sure to change. Everything will change. One of your comrades mentioned something along those lines. Those mysterious countrymen of yours, I assume. Your comrades mentioned something the same. You heard something of it, have you? Well, from what I've seen, there's little you could do to interfere, so there's no harm telling you. One of our scouts spotted a hooded man issuing instructions to the afflicted, or, in the ambassador's words, loyal servants of the Thavnir. Then he made his way into the Imperial Palace, or what stands in its place. We identified the seat of the enemy's power, realized Lord Quintus dispatched the messenger to the 10th Legion, saying it as much, and instructing them to join forces in the Provisional Legions, to prepare for the combined assault on the Thavnir. Once our allies arrive, your contingent will be sent running for the hills. Then we shall reclaim the capital by our own hand. How do you intend to survive in the meantime? At this rate, many of your countrymen will perish long before reinforcements reach Garlemald. They need your help now. Say the word and we will bring you ceruleum. I will speak with Lord Quintus. So, did he agree to it? No, he will not place Garlemald in the debt of her enemies. I, however, have been ordered to search for ceruleum outside. As you are under my watch, you will come with me. Very well. After all, my hands make light work. You are a lot more trouble than you're worth. Once we are outside, you will follow my instructions to the letter. We depart shortly. Julius finds himself in a somewhat bizarre position of leading the ambassadors of the enemy contingent on a salvage mission. We will begin our search for ceruleum in Rigaro Urbanissima, the first location of Forum Solus, and the park to the northwest of the station. You are to remain close at all times and act only as ordered. Follow me. Hey, an Aether Current. I'm gonna pick that up before I leave this area. So, this is the park. I'm surprised they found space for amongst all these buildings. Actually, the recreational area came first. The houses were built around them. A healthy society requires communal spaces for children to play and adults to socialize. The park was named after the founding father of the Empire, the great Solus Galvus. Did we come to extract Cerulean from the wrecked magic tech armor? No, we already drained it dry. Same goes for the rest of the Machina in the vicinity. But as our ceruleum has been stolen, we must scour the city for every last drop. And while I don't expect to find any here, I decided to try out one more time in case something has been overlooked. I see, then with your permission, we will commence the search. Search for game, please. Shop counter. Rather small by Garlemald standards, the structure is reminiscent of a merchant stall. Perhaps it was built for children to play shopkeeper. There's nothing inside resembling Magitech or any other devices that would be fueled by ceruleum. Map of Forum Soleus. Several points of interest are marked on the map of Forum Soleus. The pond, children's play area. To your knowledge, however, none of this require the use of ceruleum. Cursory inspection of the wrecked Magitech armor confirms that the fuel canisters have been long since drained of ceruleum, as Julius said. The contraption is built in the style of Imperial Machina. War Machina, armed with a battery of weapons and capable of transforming into different configurations, but on closer inspection, it appears to be no more than a child's slide. Oh. It's you. Any luck? There's no sign of any ceruleum. Hardly surprising, but disappointing nonetheless. I couldn't help but notice you gazing at the pond. Is something the matter? What? Yes. No, It's just, I used to bring my brother and sister here to play. The pond was heated to stop it from freezing over, so, like all the other children, they came to wade in and splash about. Would have stayed there if I didn't drag them out. We'd be sopping wet and all was said and done every time. And every time where we'd get home, Mother would scold us, saying, "We catch our death walking around like that." The pond was heated. With a ceruleum-powered heater by any chance? I suppose must have been it, come to think of it. I remember seeing engineers changing out the tanks beneath the hatch. But that was a long time ago, when the water still flowed clear. Wasn't this brackish muck? We can't see a thing, and I can't remember where the hatch might be. With the machinery most likely broken, the amount of filth is probably the only reason it hasn't frozen over. I'd wager it's still unbearably cold, though. Julius, what are your thoughts on magic? The average guardian would jump out of their skin if they saw it, but the first has always a few foreign signiferi and medici, so it doesn't scare me. I take it you won't mind if I employ some a little now. Alphino, do you have a knack for finding dry wood? Would you bring me some? Once that's done, I'll blast a ver fire should do the trick. Leave it to me. You're not planning to go in there, are you? Of course I am. The tank's not gonna fetch itself. Is nothing so involved in extracting unprocessed cerulean from a frozen lake? Just like how the tappers do it. We're talking about a shallow pond in the park. And we know that a way of warming up ourselves after. But that's insane. No fancy it to friendly competition to make things interesting. The last thing we need is you catching the cold. Step aside while I drink the pond dry. Step aside while I drink the pond dry. We'll find the hatch soon enough. That may be the stupidest thing I heard in a while, and that's saying something considering who my brother is. I can't fault your enthusiasm, though. Let's do it my way first. If that doesn't happen, perhaps you could try your method with Alphino's help. Drove into the murky waters but come up empty-handed. To add injury to insult, the icy wind on your damp cloth chills you to the bone. Glub, 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 glub. You delve, come up empty-handed. You delve, nothing. Beneath the water, your fingers catch into what you think might be a handle. Oh. You open the hatch and retrieve a cerulean tank. However, your grand discovery comes at a great personal cost, as you become acutely aware of the freezing cold and rancor odor emanating from every element of your body. Julius will doubtless feel compelled to pinch his nose, should you deliver him your prize. Do I still have the cold emote? Hang on. Slash shiver. Is that not the emote? Hang on. Slash cold. Man, slash cold does not exist. I was wondering I had an emote to show how cold I am. Guess not. Did you find anything? I hope you did. That's it. There's still some cerulean left. Ah, the fire's still not ready. Hold on, I'll give Alphino a hand. Call me an old Don now. Because by fire I am reborn and my clothes are mostly dry now. I appreciate you recovering Cerulean, but I'd wish you'd taken the time to discuss the plan with me beforehand. Despite the way you've been treated in Lord Quentin's eyes, you're still envoys deserving of protection. And if you were to die on my watch, he would be most displeased. Your concern is duly noted, as well. That ends well. Judas, you mentioned coming here with your younger siblings. Did you grow up in Garlemald? I did, not far from here. My father was an accomplished researcher in his youth, and for his contribution to the Empire, he was awarded an estate. I lived well, better than many. What was Garlemald like in those days? Everything you could have imagined, and so much more. Even the coldest winters, we always found warmth and comfort at home. Coming in from the snow, taking off your coat, and sitting down for a hot meal with family. Visiting friends and relatives, receiving the same welcome. Knowing they had everything they needed. Walking down the street, seeing lights in all the houses, hearing faint sounds of laughter and song. Happiness. Though the summers came and went all too quickly, a brief respite of the ice melt, and the forgotten grass would make triumphant returns. Gray clouds gave way to blue skies. Some mornings we'd climb to the top of the tallest buildings so we can watch the sun rise. Never again. Those rooftops are rubble, those friends dead, and those memories. But if I could reclaim even a fraction of what we once had. Soon our chance will come. We need to hold on a little longer. Damn, I might need to start opening up these coffers. Definitely don't need this. Oh. I already have one. No need for two. Oops. Alright, now that you've recovered from your escapades in the pond, there's another location I'd like to search, just outside the park. Automated satellite. As you can see, this place is littered with the remnants of various types of war machina. While my comrades and I have already recovered the tanks from the less damaged units, those that took even more severe beating are harder to scavenge. We decided to save those for another time, the time being now. Rather than prize them apart piece by piece, it'd be quicker to remove the outer casing using compact explosives. With luck, we'll be able to gain access to the tanks without rupturing them. Though the force generated by the device is relatively weak, it would be advised you stand well clear to avoid being hit by any shrapnel. Before even bothering, though, you should check the machina cerulean gauge to see if there's any left. If they would still provide an accurate reading, even though the unit itself may be inactive. The gauge is broken. I'll let you to decide whether to use an explosive or not. Should you need more, come to me. Understood. Let's get to work. Can I get in here? Ooh. The serum gauge appears to be broken, giving you no way to determine. Let's go! Ooh. I have to Successfully removing the outer casing, you're retrieving the ceramic tank. You find it to be completely empty. Let's give it a try anyway. Yep. Broken. Give it a shot. Hey, you got some. More explosives? Wait, is that what I think that is? You've done it again. Truly, luck is on our side. With this, we should be able to refill quite a few of our heaters. It's time we headed back. Wait here while I go see how Alpha and Alice are faring. Waiting.
Finally escaped the watchful gaze of your keepers, have we?
Huh.
Don't react. You'll only draw attention to yourself. Just carry on as you are and listen. After you left with the Garlean lad, Lucia bade a few of us scouts follow you at a discreet distance. We observed you being led into the station, but decided against venturing inside. When you emerged sometime later, and we saw that the twins were sporting Magitech collars, it was clear what had taken place. Now, as quietly as you can, tell me everything.
Hey, we're trying to figure out what to do with this.
Legatus himself, eh? Now there's a surprise. This is also the first I've heard of a plan to join forces with the 10th and storm the Tower of Babel. An interesting development, and perhaps the opportunity we've been waiting for. Our comrades back at the camp also received some rather promising news, but it's still too early to get our hopes up.
What kind of news?
For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them. With luck, this will all be over soon. Until then.
They had not gone far.
We searched high and low, but no luck, I'm afraid. I might have guessed you'd be the only one to find anything.
I wasn't expecting much to begin with. Eventually, there will be nothing left out here for us to safely salvage. For now, this will have to suffice. We should return to the station.
Ah, there you are. Heard you'd gone hunting for ceruleum above ground. Brought back a king's ransom?
Hardly. But thanks to these three, we have enough to last a little while longer.
Well, well. It's not at all as I was expecting, these ones. For savages, they seem positively docile.
Fuck you.
It's a poor attempt at humor. In all honesty, I'm grateful for your efforts. But even with another night of warmth, there are those among us who may not live to see the morrow.
I trust your expedition was fruitful.
Lord Quintus!
Use what you procured to refuel the armor.
Armor?
But, sir, what about the heaters for the camp?
The time for action is upon us. My men and I have matters to discuss. In the meantime, you are to wait here. Do not forget, you are being watched.
The time for action. What did he mean by that?
I can only speculate. Clearly something requiring their magitech, given what we just heard. Whether they plan to utilize it now, or after they join with the 10th, is another question. Will they ever escape this cold? Return to and reclaim the idyllic spaces of which Euless spoke?
Oh, his name is Euless. I'm gonna call him Julius. Rip.
Finished your war, Council?
What's wrong?
Alphino and Alizé are to stay here as our prisoners. They will be released once your comrades have relinquished their supplies and withdrawn from Garlean soil.
Oh no, come on.
Until our terms are met, they will be detained at a separate location.
After everything we've said and done, this is how you treat us.
Our allies have but limited supplies. They may stave off cold and starvation for a short while, but what then?
For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them.
Do as he says.
Get them out of here.
Alphino and Alizé will be fine, proving they do not resist. Once again, Julius has entrusted you with an inevitable task. You will accompany me back to your camp, where I will meet with your leader and present Lord Quintus's demands. Before we depart, however, there is something I would ask of you. Assuming your contingent complies and the surprise is surrendered, they will need to be transported here. The task falls to Legionary Marcellus and Octavia. They will be piloting match-checked armor to your headquarters. You are to inform them that we are leaving shortly. Tell them, ask the Yield for further details in those words. Once you have seen to that, meet me at the exit. You again? Ask the ill, he said. So that's the way be of it after all this. Something's not right here. How ironic that it should be you to be the one to deliver the news. If those are my orders, then so be it, for the glory of Garlemald. For the Edo. Avia, what do you want with me? Ask the Il. So Lord Quintus has reached a decision. I knew he would understand, that we would recognize the savage is ruthless, merciless creature, and to defeat him, we too must be uncompromising. I am ready. In the name of Emperor Vars, for the glory of Garlemald, I will fulfill my duty. Something's not right, because it seems like they intend to die, those two, when they're supposed to be just transporting supplies. Julius. Have you done as instructed? Their duties implied to do more than just transport supplies, do they? Duty is rarely a simple thing. We have been given additional orders, though whether we will be required to follow them depends entirely on your contingent. You and I are in this together now. Like it or not, we have to cooperate. There is one other matter, a place I'd like to visit on the way to your camp. It's a short walk from here. Follow me. Joyous lingers by the ruins, reluctantly to leave, and reluctant to stay, unable to move on. Must be his house.
This is my home. Our home.
My home. Our home.
At least it was, until that night. I was with Lord Quintus when the capital fell, and thus spared. My family, who did not own a radio, were less fortunate. When dawn came, I made my way here. My parents, My little brother and sister, they were still inside. But they weren't themselves, and they tried to. And I had to. I'd promised to take them away from the capital that very morning, to somewhere safe, to hide until the fighting stopped. I promised. The Garlean flag bears a chain, the bonds between our countrymen. A red link at its center, the blood of the fallen. Our loved ones who lived and died for Garlemald. But if she too fell, who would be left to remember them and their sacrifice? What enduring proof would there be that they were ever here? If we had turned to your gods, would they have saved us? I'm sorry, forget I spoke. We should go.
Poor guy.
It's no use. Believe me, I do not enjoy being here any more than you. But he wanted us to play along, so that is what we will do. So cold. Painfully so. Unbearably.
I've been thinking about what Quintus said. About why no one would accept Garlean rule. Irreconcilable differences. When coexistence isn't an option, only conquest remains. Varys at Gimlet said much the same. Only by uniting the world beneath a single standard would we rid ourselves of the Ascians. United as one people, one race cleansed of imperfections. A cold and unforgiving vision. And when we fail to live up to their standards, what place is there for us in their world? But the truly sad, truly frustrating thing is how damnably similar it all is to the lofty ideals of Father and the Forum. Non-intervention. Always non-intervention. Protect our knowledge and our people, and to hells with the rest of you. And yet, I can see how it happened. Varys and Father looked to their elders for guidance and took their virtues as their own. But for this world was of their making. In who else could they place their trust? All of us lost in a sea of chaos, searching desperately for purpose and meaning. But it shouldn't just be an extension of another's. It has to be ours. It has to be. We all have a stake in this world. No one should be silenced.
I won't deny that we lack the experience of people such as Father or Quintus. Perhaps they've come to see the world as a series of problems, And the most efficient way of solving them? To reduce everything to fundamental forms. A stone is a stone, a cloud, a flower, no more than that. Simple descriptions that strip the subject of distinguishing characteristics. A man is a man, divided according to race, creed, or allegiance, and to some, defined by such associations.
Is that what you think?
In my misbegotten youth. But what I believed wisdom was no more than aggressive ignorance. I've since learned to look beyond the banners and the politics. To see people as individuals with their own hopes and dreams. As for my dream of building a better world, well, every day I'm reminded that it is far more complex than I had ever imagined. But it only spurs me onward, to find the wisdom and the strength to see it through to the very end.
All of our supplies and an immediate withdrawal. These are your conditions?
Demands. And you forgot about the airship. Once again, you will leave one behind. It will be used to return the prisoners. Their collars will be removed prior to the exchange.
So in the end, not even Father's expertly worded rhetoric could deter you from your chosen course.
Huh?
Not that I thought for a moment that it would. I've no love for violence, of course, but ours is a cause worth fighting for. I just wish he'd realize it too. Sometimes the only way to protect the ones you love is to take a stand. To refuse to suffer in silence. I want you to know I share your conviction. Whether it be on the battlefield or in the debating chamber, I won't back down. I guess what I'm saying is...
You've found your own reason to fight.
Yes. Yes, I have. God's willing, there will come a day when we can finally lay down our arms, and there will be peace. But not until the Telophoroi have been defeated once and for all. And you, brother, will have a vital part to play. By your words and deeds, you'll lead the way.
I pray I am up to the task.
There'll always be naysayers. Those who think us fools for even trying. It's easy for learned elites to criticize earnest efforts and assert their moral superiority, all without offering alternatives. Not that their sophistry has ever wounded you. So stubborn and strong. Stronger than you even know. Don't ever change, you hear me? If you stumble, I'll be there to catch you. Or give you a thick ear. Maybe both, for good measure.
Thank you, Alice.
Oh.
The scouts have secured Alice and Alphino. their collars were removed without complication as well. They report no casualties, not for their party nor the guards, who will wake from their premature slumber in due course.
It would appear the situation has changed. I propose new terms. We have information that will be of great interest to Lord Quintus, and I wish to speak with him in person.
No. In the event you rejected our first proposal, we came prepared with a second.
Don't do this. Oh.
Ambush!
More are coming! Make ready!
We, the loyal soldiers of the First Legion, proud servants of Garlemald,
Don't do this.
of the fallen Emperor Varys, shall safeguard these lands from the barbarian hordes until our countrymen return! Stop, both of you!
This child may be the worst emissary I have ever seen.
We received an urgent communication from the Grand Company of Eorzea. Envoys from the Imperial Army, led by members of the 10th Legion, came to Alamigo and requested an audience. They explained that their efforts to coordinate the reclamation of the capital with the aid of the 4th, 5th, 8th, and 12th had ended in failure. Communication between most legions has broken down entirely. Most of the 10th's conscripts have deserted, leaving their forces severely depleted. That is why, unable to continue the fight on their own, they and their allies turned to the Grand Company of Eorzea for aid.
Oh.
Lies. Every word.
It is the truth, and I have not finished. The 10th has requested that we deliver a message to Lord Quintus. Have the ill stand down.
You have been listening, my lord? What are your orders?
Inform her that we will honor the 10th's decision. Bereft of hope, and now dignity. I release you from your duty. All of you. I take solace, your radiance, in the knowledge you are not here to witness our debasement. 'Twas a grand, glorious dream we shared. Of a world united, of peace and prosperity. We are ghosts, you and I, memories of days gone by. Bonds forged in blood that I will not see tarnished.
Don't.
Quickly! We have to reach the station before it's too late.
If there is still a chance that Quintus will agree to a truce, we must take it.
I just hope we get there before he and his men do something rash.
Yes, Sean, you and I can have a truce. Yikes. Oh my god. Alal Akda S. That that was a lot. Oh god, controller, please. Okay, first let's get rid of that notification on the top of the screen. Oh. What? This. Oh. Yep, I will collect that later. We'll use this for a little bit. Okay. Much and more have occurred since last we met. As for determining what comes next, we must speak with Lord Quintus. That tells me that's going to be a bit hard. Wait, how do you have a Knight Pegasus? And why is it on the market board for like 15 mil? Because I got it a while ago. And I was asking people if they wanted it. And some people were like, I'll get back to you. And I just completely forgot about it. I already have one for myself. Because I pulled 2 and 2 drops. Or it probably was like 1 run. But the immediate advice has occurred. Before we proceed, tell me, how do you know the First Legion and the disposition of their forces? Sell it right now. Next time we see a retainer. They were preparing for war, while the refugees in their care were left to go hungry. A reckless, short-sighted plan risks the welfare of people they were sworn to protect. Nevertheless, we cannot compel them to accept our aid. If we arrive in force, they intend to do so. We'd only incite panic, but perhaps they can be persuaded to follow one of their own. Go with Julius back to the station, and each you can teleport back, and it's the money-making time now. True. I'll take it for what I can get. Alpha and Radz-A and the scouts are sent to extradite them. Should already be at the station. I will also have our other comrades in the area lend their support should it be needed. Understood. Alright, let me just triple check to make sure I'm attuned, because I'm pretty sure I attuned, but that was like 3 days ago. Okay. Alright, let's put it on the market board. Let's see if Limps is still empty, or let's see if people came back. Not as much people as I expected. Just gotta wait for it. It's loaded in, but it's not loaded in. go. Come on, Lunar. Okay. Wait, whoops, wait, get back here. Sell items in my inventory on the market. Alright. Oops, nope. That's not how much. We'll make it 900. There you go. Wait, what the hell did you sell? Here we go. There you go. Let's head back. Ilsbard, there we go. Oh no. Yeah, Ilsbard. Whew. How you doing, Sean? Alright. Good, you're streaming in like 30 minutes? Nice, nice. You gonna do 14 stuff or you gonna do something else? Are you in Aether Current? Yeah, you're in Aether Current quest. I'll just swim by later and do those. Oh. Oh, okay, so I have to actually go back. Ah, Dark Souls. Off we go. Dark Souls 1 DLC today. Gotcha, gotcha. Boop. How's the stream look? It's much better now that I actually swapped back to OBS Studio, right? It looks like a little bit smooth, right? Mario play FF and grind feats and such. Gotcha. It looks pretty smooth. Nice. You should have seen the first day of this. It was choppy as hell. That I had to... But once I made the swap again out of Streamlabs, especially after the whole controversy, I'm not looking back anymore. OBS is superior. Yep. And they say open source software is not good. I even got my redeems. Like, if you check the channel points, I have certain redeems for memes. They still carried over and they still work perfectly fine. So I'm happy about that. Oh, water? Shit, I need to go get water. Once I get to the checkpoint, I'll go get water. Posture. Fuck. Ah! Oh wow, me actually getting good posture defocused my camera, what the hell? Alright, let me go quickly get that water, be right back.
Don't let your kids what's it. Before you know it, they're gonna be eating sports candy and moving and running and jumping and dancing and being healthy.
Are you sure about that?
On there, Sean. Do this. Are you sure about that? So, posture, water. Yep, time for the Minecraft crossover event. You got like 10k points. Nice. My personal fave is Don't Watch. I think that's the name of it. Yep.
Don't let your kids what's it. Before you know it, they're gonna be eating sports candy and moving and running and jumping and dancing and being healthy.
That's my favorite of all of them. Hi, sweetheart. Oops. Monka stuff. Yeah. We arrived just before you did. Too late for what? What's happened? Lord Quintus took his own life. At the news of the 10th, he relieved us of our duties. Then, when he was alone, he... Wait, you want to become a gamer dog? Mike keeps going for the controller. No. No. You shouldn't. Thancred and the others, assisted by the soldiers, have yet to see the remains. In due course, shall the legatus be afforded a proper burial. Released us of our duty. He wanted us to be free to choose our own fate. Without him to guide us where I have just this moment spoken with Lucia. We are ready to commence the transfer of refugees here to Broken Glass, should they be willing to accept our aid. Some would rather die. But most of us just want to live. Songs and standards be damned. We just want to live. We need to speak with the refugees. They'll decide for themselves if they wish to come with us. If any would prefer to stay, we have supplies brought over to them. It will be a hard journey for the others, but we'll see that they reach camp safely. If any would prefer to stay... Oh. Good question. Honestly, we're getting close to the end of it. It's like this where, like, I think we're at the final trials before, like, the end of, before we unlock New Game Plus. Because that's what it definitely feels like. I might. Maybe that's content I can re-upload. Get the... Oh wait, the VODs are probably gone by now. RIP. But if not, just get the VODs and then have that be uploaded content. Alright, Sebastianos. It was only ever a dream, wasn't it? To think we could reclaim it, rebuild it all ourselves. Before this all began, I sent my wife and daughter away to the provinces. If there's a chance I might see them again, I'll take it. So take me. Take me with you. Please. Well, we got the Aetheryte sorted in the end. All it took was a few adjustments. And now it works as well as it ever did. From what I could tell, the one in Laternum's function as normal. That's where you lot are staying, isn't it? Now, the most of us are packing up to leave this place. I reckon there'll be more use for me and my skills over at your camp. Oh, does this mean I can... Oh. Hi, my man. We're now attuned to the Aetheryte. Amaya, you're blocking the Bluetooth signal. Amaya, stop. Amaya, please get out of the way. Look what you're doing to my character. Ah, it's you, the one who treated me with such kindness. I heard from the others that you're not from around here. I thought you were one of us. Not that that makes much of a difference now. Purebloods, Whoa, spooky. Miscreants, savages. After a while, the words start to lose meaning. So you're all that's left to you is anger, fear, and hate, and I'm too tired. If you and yours will come to offer aid, I'd be glad to accept it. We have much to discuss. Our rescue, the attack on Camp Broken Glass, and now we'd hope to talk about with Quintus. But all that can wait. The most urgent matters demand our attention. Are there any refugees coming with us to our camp? Thank the 12. Thank the 12. You and I should go and first secure the route back to Camp Broken Glass. With all the creatures and tempered spoken about, I expect we'll have our hands full. This should come in handy. Conqueror's Chain, courtesy of our elements and allies. I'd save it for the tempered, though. I'll mark a few points that need surveying on your map. Once you've taken care of the riffraff, we'll meet back at our camp. Alright. Let's go! Are you another? Yeah, you're an 8th current. Why are you bullying me? Why are you bullying me? All right. Actually. No? Sure I can't use that? Oh, it's probably like, I probably have to weaken him. Oh. So this last one should be a tempered as well. Alright, let's speedrun this guy. Let's go! Oops. Almost ran right by Thancred. Ah, there you are. As expected, I ran into a few beasts who went down without much of a fight. The Tempered proved somewhat troublesome, but those chains should keep them under control until our allies take them into custody. With that being taken care of, I've gathered a few supplies to return to the station. While I see that out, would you mind apprising Lucia of our efforts? As it happens, I have some rather pertinent information of our recent scouting forays, but I'll save that for later. First off... Okay. Oh, bye-bye. She's supposed to be here, right? Eclipse was a form of Quintus' suicide. One must have come as a great shock to his men. What of the refugees? I'm told they were receptive to our proposal, but I would like to hear your first-hand account. Yep, they are receptive to our proposal. That so many did not hesitate to accept proves how desperate their situation has become. We'll do our best to make them feel welcomed. The troops who participate in the ambush are no exception. They are still afforded the same treatment as any other refugees, perfectly notwithstanding. After all, if you ever wanted to make an example out of them, there's no one left to relearn it. We'll tell our allies that these soldiers were acting under the direct orders of their legatus, and they were following his suicide, they were offered full and unconditional surrender. Perhaps Quintance thought that he had lived, he would try to, as a war criminal, and his men punished with him. Perhaps by taking his own life, he hoped to absolve them of any culpability. Or perhaps, like too many others, he was a true believer in the end. Who can say, I didn't know the man, or his heart, his reasons, noble or otherwise, died with him. And falls to us to clean up the mess. Yes, further news for you. I assume you're curious on what matters have progressed here in your absence. Quite well, as it happens. Now that we've procured ceruleum from the tapper's den and recently repaired the heaters, we can provide much needed warmth. Furthermore, we're prepared sufficient food for everyone. Those who from Telium shall find hot meals waiting upon their arrival. There's one for you, so go ahead and get some well-earned rest. I believe we're capable of wielding a ladle or two without your assistance. On your way, may I ask you seek out Y'shtola. She was but recently attending to the wounded, but she's meant to be taken a rest herself. See that she is. Yes. I've been taking proper breaks and imbibing sufficient water. But what of the Warrior of Light? You and the twins have established history of reckless disregard for your own well-being. We're all fortunate that none of you landed yourselves in my care. I've already quite enough to deal with. This between the Tempered and the first wounded. We're all fortunate that none of you I already read that. Damn. Control it, please. Alas, though I can mend their bodies, the toll of their experience have taken on their hearts and minds are another matter altogether. For their sakes, we mustn't waver, nor must we rush ahead in our eagerness to see the day won, and in so doing, invite disaster. Upon setting out for supper, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Let's settle down for supper, guys. Pulling close.
Is that all of them?
The last of those who agreed to join us, yes.
We left heaters and provisions for those who wish to stay behind. They won't last forever, but hopefully they'll last long enough.
For now, I think everyone's earned a rest. We'll see to those in need of medical attention, so take the others with you and get yourselves some hot soup.
Soup. Welcome to the camp of the savages.
Warmth. At last.
Marvelous, isn't it? All thanks to the resourceful machinists of Ishgard, I might add. On their behalf, I bid you warm yourself to your heart's content.
Hold on. Your people might have scribbled a few things on a piece of parchment, but it was our Leminson Smiths that put the bloody things together.
Well, be that as it may, we single-handedly got the interior heating up and running again, didn't we?
The hells you did! We were there every step of the way.
We? You barely raised a finger to help, you ale-sodden reprobate.
I did a damn sight more than you, you lily-livered bilge rat.
Take that back!
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
Here.
At ease, man. There's nothing funny in it. I'm from Alamigo, but was a conscript until recently. Used to eat this with the officers.
Apparently, it's adapted from a steppe recipe. This is my first time trying it, and I have to say, it's not half bad.
It's a bit too flavorful for my liking.
Perhaps compared to what you're used to.
It's the little things that make life worth living, don't you think?
I know this is not a dream, and yet... I felt the same way at the Dragon Song War's end. Every morning I would step outside and need to be reminded that it wasn't my imagination, that my world had been forever changed. And just as I had grown accustomed to the idea, again you change my world in ways I never thought possible. Were it not for you and your fellow scions, the rifts between man and dragon and myriad tribes might never have been bridged. The Grand Company of Eorzea, the Ilsabard contingent. We owe it all to you. We've shed many tears in recent days, of pain and sorrow, triumph and joy. I much prefer the latter.
As do I.
I'm honored to fight by your side. As an Eorzean and Garlean both, I shall do all in my power to bring my peoples together.
It is a remarkable achievement. Everything that I and the Populares had hoped for, and more.
Would that it had come sooner.
Indeed. Too many are not here to see it. And yet, there is a warmth in my breast, as if they still share in this moment.
Yes, I know what you mean. On a night like tonight, the wind and cold seem to pass me by.
On behalf of the Garlean, I thank you for inviting me today.
Emperor Varys?
Oh no.
They are being tempered. The talismans! Quickly!
Save me, brave hero! Ahem. My lord has requested your presence, and I would hate to disappoint him.
Not now. Holy shit, dude.
The experiment was a success, but I fear our time is short. I shall begin the preparations. Now, it is time for you to awaken. Good morrow to you. Here, have a taste before it gets cold. Oh, but be sure to remove your helmet. Take a moment, too, to familiarize yourself with that borrowed flesh.
Borrowed flesh.
So, how does it feel? I, for one, find those first moments within a new body to be most refreshing.
Where's my body?
We had a Magitech engineer by the name of Aulus to thank for this method of soul extraction and implantation. I believe the two of you met briefly in Alamigo.
Oh.
His was a rather sticky end, wasn't it? Thankfully, he was thoughtful enough to leave behind his mind-jack technology. I took the liberty of making some improvements and selecting you as my esteemed test subject.
Read filter. First one. Give me back my body.
And permit you to go on a righteous rampage instead of partaking in this delicious meal? I think not. I must say, I have gone to great lengths to reunite you with my lord. When I discovered that his friend was in this neck of the woods, I suggested inviting you over for dinner. He never deigned to respond, but I took his silence as a resounding yes. Oh my! Daddy is pleased his grumpy little boy has finally found his playmate. Ah, exposition is in order.
Please.
The Garlean Empire has long outlawed all forms of religion. No gods to worship, no risk of summoning. Brilliantly simple. But people being people must turn to something or someone in their hour of need. Who then? Why, His Radiance the Emperor, of course. As you have observed firsthand, Garlemald has seen better days. The legendary Solus Galvus, dead. Provinces near and far in open rebellion. Our bold new emperor assassinated. And that last one even sparked a civil war. What rotten luck. The people cried out for salvation. Their earnest pleas, one might even call them prayers, a supplication united for the Empire to reclaim her former glory. And so their will did manifest, channeled through the corpse of none other than Emperor Varus himself.
What did he do?
And lo, the Savior was born, the embodiment of the Garlean spirit, their anima. It calls to its subjects, compelling them to take up arms and fight. And just as the wealth and power gravitate towards the Empire's capital, so too does ether from every corner of the globe. The towers with which you and your allies have been so preoccupied were created as an extension of Anima itself. An ingenious design. Would you not agree, my lord?
Good soup.
Does the pursuit of prey you have bested before excite you? Of course not. Absent the challenge, the thrill, your prize is a hollow victory. Butchery. Perhaps you think that to be the extent of my promise. I have no doubt fallen in your estimation since Alamigo. Fair enough. But do not let your disdain deprive us, of an opportunity to craft an even more majestic moment of euphoria. I have been honing my craft as I set the stage for our reunion. Wheresoever there is suffering and despair, you appear to fulfill your duty as defender of this star. The chaos and destruction that my hordes have wrought are my gifts to you alone.
That's fucked up.
At a loss for words? No matter. As you will learn, I have only just begun.
Oh, will you not finish your meal?
There is only one thing that can sate my hunger. And it would seem my friend has lost his appetite. I hoped this display of civility might prove an entertaining diversion, but clearly we are above such pretensions. While my lifeless...
Are you sure about that?
...possession of the Ascian, I too claimed another's as my own. It was an enlightening experience to fight in an unfamiliar form. Flaws and failings in my technique were plain to see. Whence rises one's true strength? The flesh? The soul? Perhaps you should like to discover the answer for yourself.
That's... no, wait.
All together.
He's... no, he didn't. No!
Oh dear! Whatever would happen if my lord were to greet your friends as you? I shudder to imagine what carnage he would wreak. We'd better hurry if we want to avert the bloodbath. You can thank me later for my generosity. There it is. Your camp, I believe. If I were to hazard a guess, I would say that you, the other you, is making his way there as we speak. Alas, this you will have to walk from here. Or run, if you can manage it. My lord would be cross if I made it too easy. Such ingratitude. I'd not squander this fighting chance. After all, you've obstacles enough to overcome. Right on cue.
Right on cue. Oh.
Tempered soldiers, with standing orders to kill those not sworn to anima. Under normal circumstances, you would make short work of them. But on this occasion, the odds are not so heavily stacked in your favor.
I don't have an option here, so... Borrowed flesh. Forced to inhibit a body of another. So quickly... Oh! This is actually timed! Come along. Fully beat a Garlemald.
Not bad at all, given your diminished capacity. Nevertheless, 'twould perhaps be prudent to keep to the shadows.
Yeah.
Scurrying about like a rodent.
Pay your respects. Okay. Can I go this way? Shit. Where are you? We're not going towards that one. What? I guess we have to. Bro, why isn't it letting us make a left? Did I really just go the wrong way? It. No hint for right now. If we get to 10 minutes, then I'll start taking hints. Now. Come on. Oh? Okay. Hey. Oh no! Yep. Is it this way? Yeah. Come on, let me through. I lost track of my surroundings. Beat it there, beat it there, beat it there, beat it there. Oh no, okay. Phew. Let's go! Oh. Let's go! Ow! Oh no. didn't even think about those cerulean tanks. Unable to escape the blast, you became unconscious. No. The fuck? Why wasn't my commands going through? Fuck! I went halfway through, I started going towards my mouse, but then when I started pushing buttons, I saw, oh, it's reacting. I thought my controller was doing what we had to do. Fuck. Yeah. If it's the same cutscenes, I hate to skip cutscenes, but we know exactly what we gotta do. Let's continue on. Intended difficulty.
Not bad at all, given your diminished capacity. Nevertheless, 'twould perhaps be prudent to keep to the shadows, scurrying about like a rodent. Yep. Now I gotta go find fuel. Turn around, buddy. Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep.
That one's looking right where I need to run through. Sneak through that way. There we go. Now! Let's go. Good. Refuel. Mount. Go. You there, please help us. You're one of us, right? We need your help. What was that voice? They found us! Get ready! Going to explode. Get behind the armor! Okay. I'm ready this time. I'm just gonna click with my mouse. Unable to escape the blast, begin to lose consciousness. That was scary there for a second. You crawled safely and regained consciousness. With your last strength, crawl to Camp Broken Glass. God.
It is a miracle we were able to restrain the Tempered without suffering casualties.
A welcome one. Arun, Senna, and the others have their hands full as it is. Thankfully, there are enough scales for everyone.
And what of Eulus? His symptoms were particularly severe.
They were, but others fared still worse, including some brought back from the Magna Glacius. As those in most desperate need take priority, it may be a while before he receives treatment. But rest assured that he will. In the meantime, we must find our missing friend. May the Fury guide you.
Of all the bloody times for a disappearing act.
Right when the first wave struck, we'd be fools to think it a coincidence. But where even to begin the search? No one saw him leave in the chaos, and we've no trail to follow.
While I know full well he can handle himself, I worry all the same.
Ah, speak of the devil.
Well, time to call off the search.
Case closed.
That's him. Over there.
Aye, 'twould appear so. Thou art struggling to perceive his presence?
I am. Perhaps, in the aftermath of the wave, there is some residual effect interfering with my faculties. But...
Where have you been? We've been worried sick.
Now. All's well that ends well. Are you all right?
Are you all right?
Who are you?
Get away from them, you bastard!
Sadly, that is all we have time for today. The effect has run its course, and back to your own bodies you must go. But where are my manners? You have all traveled so very far, and I've yet to pay my respects. Though in my defense, I was ill-prepared to receive so many uninvited guests. As such, preliminary entertainments were in order. A handful of tempered soldiers to hamper your progress. Refugees to command your attention while I siphon the ceruleum from the shadows. Particularly effective. Charitable souls that you are, you bent over backwards to aid them. Heedless of the delay. Predictable to a fault. And so my plan approaches completion unhindered. Anima will soon have absorbed the requisite amount of ether. And then shall come the spectacle to end all spectacles. The eldest and most powerful of primals will awaken. And all shall bear witness to the final days!
The gods themselves will be my meal. Your dear companions my dessert. Upon this world I'll feast, and death shall follow in my wake. All your hate, all your rage, you will render unto me.
For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, weal enmeshed with woe. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence. Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation.
Thank goodness. He's awake.
Back to my body. Oh. Say. Is everyone all right?
Perfectly fine, yes. I hope the same can be said of you.
Everything in working order? That's a relief. Oh, and before I forget, Thanks for coming to our rescue.
Given recent events, I would be surprised if you weren't feeling a bit poorly. A hearty meal and a long rest would be my recommendation under normal circumstances, but these are anything but. If Van Daniel's boasts are to be believed, we must act quickly. Once you've blown away the cobwebs, we can discuss preparations for our assault on the Tower of Babel.
That was definitely something. I already know. Alright. You're starting up team bolts. Good. Prelude to the final days are known. This ends now. Are you well enough to make your report? Holy shit. This anima was summoned of the corpse of Emperor Varus. Does their depravity know no bounds? It seems not. More to the point, we could surmise that the wave of Aphid issued not from the tower, but from the Primo lurking within it. A Primo whose cries ring rather more loudly in the ears than ours. If you were taken to the tower itself, then it proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that it's the beating heart of the Terrafor's machinations. Which in case we have some highly relevant information. As many as you know, we've been dispatched in troops to free the Liviers. Wait. Since we dispatched troops to free the Liviers, we've been developing a plan to infiltrate the tower. According to Thagrid and his scouts, the main structure is lousy with tempered and enemy magic tech. Furthermore, the road leading to it has collapsed, making it difficult to approach in numbers. Then we propose dividing our forces into two parties, one to distract and one to infiltrate. The divisionary force will be comprised of Ishgardian, Gridanian, and Lemensian delegations. They will begin construction of the bridges to make the Terrafor believe we are marching upon the tower. Meanwhile, the best suited for our Alamegan, Ul'dah, and Eastern comrades is a different member of Ingress. Look here. I'm looking. Oh. The facility marked in the red is the Encoladium, a vast magic manufactory in the ruins now, of course. But the freight tunnel connecting it to the Instrus Imperial Palace remains intact. While the Terrafor's attention is elsewhere, our infiltration force can use it to enter the tower undetected. Be aware, however, that the underground rail network remains very much operational, and Tempered are using it to bring supplies to the tower even now. If it can carry their material, then it can carry us too, providing we sneak aboard unseen. The Scions will lead the infiltration party. Once inside, you must locate and dispatch Fandaniel and Xenos. We will save the people of Garlemald and those who suffered the world over. Aye, Julius and many of the others have often lost much to the Travroy. We shall ensure they lose no more. How quickly can we enact this plan? Fandaniel made it quite clear that haste is a priority. For paramount concern, even assuming he didn't name the Tower Babel on the whim, in Ammon's time, it meant Gateway of the Gods. Zonde used it to refer to the Void Gate, but in this case, it almost certainly alludes to something altogether greater. The eldest and most powerful of primals. All the more reason to act now. The rest of the Kiju is aware of the plan, and they are aware, ready to move at a moment's notice. You are to proceed north of Forum Veterans. Lisa's group will meet you there. As ever, we are grateful for your foresight. This is the preparations we've been waiting for. Spare no effort on your preparations. Bum, 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 bum. Let's go. Can't. Whoa. That guy hit the tree hard. Oh. Damn. Eclipse, the way into the tunnel is clear. We'd make sure of it. I wish you made sure to bring a code instead. Then we best get in there before we freeze. Especially you. Oh, the shoe is on the other foot. Once we're in, leave you me. A good fight should wear me right up. Barely enough cloth to swaddle a newborn. Clearly, you have spent too long around this feral dog. Thavnair. Watch your tongue, fool, lest I feed it to the crows. We will see who the fool is when you freeze to death. Expect me not to warm you ill-prepared hide. These furs are for myself and my Nama alone. Should I be blessed to meet her this day? As if any woman would want to be warmed by you, little son. Oof! Should we find such a warrior within, she will bask in my glorious flame. Stop, both of you. Save your fire for the enemy. As for extra furs, I have plenty to spare. As do we. Hello everyone, all set for battle I see. Yes, Free of unnecessary encumbrances, I would rather more susceptible to the cold. Let us review our strategy, quickly if you don't mind. Pippin's group has gone ahead in the Engladium, so we are to meet them there. We wait until the temperate detention has been drawn by our divisionary force, then we sneak onto the train. Next stop, Tower of Babel. If anything, temper included, are injured, we Exile will take care of them. You Science must press on no matter what. We should avoid moving as a group until we are underground. So, we need to make our own way to the Engladium. See you there. Speak to Pippin. Woo! Hello, Pippin. Hail! It's good to see you, Eclipse. We heard that you collapsed, but were given the most cursory explanation. I'm glad you recovered and quickly enough to take part in the operation at that. As you would have heard, we secured a way in, and so few are to remain behind to keep your escape route clear. Our comrade from Lance's Tears lead the way into the station. I'll join you soon. Tread carefully. Oh, looks like I briefly got disconnected from chat for a second there. This is everyone. And that's probably the distraction. Consider the enemy well and truly distracted. Time to go. Our primary objective is, of course, the Thalafroy's leaders. But should it be presented with the opportunity to vanquish Anima, we must seize it. And if it is indeed the force behind the towers, destroying it will deliver our allies from the Thalafroy's reign of terror. I, for one, would not want to see the Garlemald people manipulated any longer, be it by Primal, Ascian, or anything else. Here, there's been enough of that. We came together to help the people of Garlemald, and that's what we're going to do together. To the very end. The train should be alone any moment now. Prepare the board, everybody. The Tower of Babel is now accessible. check some quick. We're gonna head in here in the Fate. Form a party for the Tower of Babel. The Alize.
Right then.
Binion. Yeah.
Right then.
Into the Tower of Babel we go. The controller is shaking. Let's check this place out, and then we might have to take a break for a tiny bit. Ilzabad, Tower of Babel.
Now or never.
All right. Let's go. We clear the train of any threats before we arrive, for things could get nasty.
Burn! All of you, burn!
Slowing down. Our destination must be close. Look, captives, help me free them. Oh, God. May leave them in our care. This way? Yeah, this way. Uh-oh. Howdy. Moment's reprieve. From here onwards, we split into 3 groups and divide their attention. Oh. Or what am I watching? Is it no friend from foe? What? Alpha node adjust. Okay, I was right. Obsidian, if you're gonna do it, now's the time. Nice. The alarm should be disabled for now. With that, I believe you can use the lift. Hey, look, there. Enemies. In here. Eat my fire! I guess you could say I got some serious firepower. Oh shit. Taller to go. Oh. Our paths diverge. Let us see who gets there first. Alright. I actually need that. I forgot to do spring cleaning before Endwalker. Anything useful? Oh, and yeah, this. Okay. Okay. Oh, are we underwater right now? You guys okay over there? Oh.
You cannot stop us!
Uh-oh.
My turn! There!
Ribbit. Ribbit. Passing bottoms. Not yet. Oh. Really? Damn. No, everyone bring it back up. Oh. What is this way? Nothing. Right, let's go. Good luck, guys. I came to support you since I don't want to I won't get non-spoilered. Yeah. Alright, what is that foul stench? Oh, that was Xenos' room. Oh, God. Bending? No thanks. What kinds of streamers I'm watching right now. Yo, I'm really liking how Sage looks with her abilities. Like, I know we've seen them before, but still. Oh.
This will hurt. That. Let's go, burn! Showing them my serious firepower. Uh-oh. You're in the veining. I'll take it. That's not what I meant to do. It's not that much of a lore fiend, it's just I got busy and I couldn't play the last 3 days. But I am listening and reading all the text.
Oh, shit, that's ugly. Steady now. We can't afford to make any mistakes. Up in the realm, Tower of Babel. Icon of icons. Anima. Oh my. Alright. Cooldowns are ready. Let's go. Oh shit! Some of that I think requires tactician. Oh, wait. Alpha no, adjust! Excuse me? Or stairs of the Fenrir Society. Anima's Dimension. Oh. Uh-oh. Now I stay here. Oh. Alpha no adjust. Oops. Stand with you, Alpha. The altered reality plunges into chaos. Oh. I learned my lesson. Glory. Glory. Glory be. Oh, shit. Enhance reassemble. Marksman mastery. Let's check this stuff out. Traits. Marksman mastery. Ooh. Charged reassembles. Oh. Imperial Magic wings. And that's a sage. We'll put the sage. Do I space him? Oh. I actually do have space in them for them. Never mind. Holy shit.
Farewell, Varus. May the gods have mercy on your soul. Come. The other two await.
Mm-hmm.
This madness ends here!
Oh, hush. This is the best part. Oh, mighty Zodiac! Awaken from your slumber and descend!
Descend?
Some manner of magical defense?
Cryle? But how?
The shackles that bind my adversary will not be so easily broken.
Heidelin, feeble relic of a forgotten age. Hark! Victory is mine!
Oh no.
No more ether. And I was so close. My lord, a slight change of plans. We shall travel to the moon and break this wretched barrier ourselves.
Whatever it takes.
What was that?
The final order issued by Anima to the tempered thralls. Should the Empire fall, the world must share her fate. Of course, Father lacked the conviction to give such a command. The abomination born of his flesh was but a puppet, and I the puppeteer.
You madman! You monster!
There's a funny joy in watching your flailing attempts to fight the inevitable. You're all going to die, and are powerless to prevent it. We really must be on our way. You're welcome to give chase, provided you are content to leave comrade and tempered alike to die screaming.
I have asked too much of this child. Tend to her. The last brand at Mare Lamentorum is yet unbroken. Zodiac remains bound. I have shifted the flow of ether and sent the enemy far from their destination. Now, I shall divert it once more. An ally awaits, and I will deliver you unto him. Seek his aid. Restore the seal. Zodiac must not be set free.
The Tempered are running wild. Not only those at the tower, but those back at the camp. The others are doing their best to contain them, but the situation is growing beyond our control.
Leave them to die or give up the chase. Just like Van Daniel said.
I'm the one Xenos wants. Only I can bring an end to this. Garlemald fates is. Garlemald's fate is in your hands.
You're going alone? You have our trust and our faith. I pray we have yours. Our friends in the Tempered need our help. We will save as many as we can, I swear.
Once we have matters well in hand, we'll join you on the moon. Until then, be careful. There's no telling what you'll find.
If all the Tempered are affected, Julius and his comrades will likely put up quite a struggle. We'll find a way to save them. We must. I only pray we are not too late. In the meantime, may the 12 carry you to victory. Alright guys, I'm gonna take a dinner break. I will be back. I'll say in 2 hours. Hour and a half minimum. I need to take a break and cook dinner myself. So I will put a ping out once I start streaming again. Let me see if there's anyone I can give you guys off to while I'm gone. Which... I need to take a quick break. And my buddy's streaming. We'll give you guys to Sean. So, back here. Great channel. Oop. So guys, thank you all so much for watching. I will see you guys in a little bit. And I will be back soon. Take care.